1699 for 1698 to Ronaldo. 1700 for 1698 to Ronaldo. 1700 for 1699 to Ronaldo. 1701 for 1699 to Ronaldo. 1701 for 1700 to Ronaldo. 1701 for 1701. 1702 for 1701 to Messi. 1702 for 1702. 1703 for 1702 to Ronaldo. 1703 for 1703. 1704 for 1703 to Ronaldo. 1704 for 1704. 1705 for 1704 to Messi. 1705 for 1705. 1706 for 1705 to Messi. 1707 for 1705 to Messi. 1707 for 1706 to Messi. 1708 for 1706 to Messi. 1709 for 1706 to Messi. 1710 for 1706 to Messi. 1711 for 1706 to Messi. 1711 for 1707 to Messi. 1711 for 1708 to Messi. 1711 for 1709 to Messi. 1711 for 1710 to Messi. 1711 for 1711. 1712 for 1711 to Messi. 1712 for 1712. 1713 for 1712 to Messi. 1714 for 1712 to Messi. 1715 for 1712 to Messi. 1716 for 1712 to Messi. 1716 for 1713 to Messi. 1717 for 1713 to Messi. 1718 for 1713 to Messi. 1719 for 1713 to Messi. 1720 for 1713 to Messi. 1720 for 1714 to Messi. 1721 for 1714 to Messi. 1721 for 1715 to Messi. 1721 for 1716 to Messi. 1722 for 1716 to Messi. 1723 for 1716 to Messi. 1723 for 1717 to Messi. 1723 for 1718 to Messi. 1724 for 1718 to Messi. 1724 for 1719 to Messi. 1724 for 1722 Messi. 1724 for 1721 to Messi. 1725 for 1721 to Messi. 1726 for 1721 to Messi. 1726 for 1722 to Messi. 1727 for 1722 to Messi. 1728 for 1722 to Messi. 1729 for 1722 to Messi. 1729 for 1723 to Messi. 1729 for 1724 to Messi. 1730 for 17 to Messi. 1731 for 1725 to Messi. 1731 for 1726 to Messi. 1731 for 1727 to Messi. 1731 for 1728 to Messi. 1731 for 1729 to Messi. 1731 for 1730 to Messi. 1731 for 1731. 1732 for 1731 to Messi. 1732 for 1732. 1733 for 1732 to Messi. 1733 for 1733. 1734 for 1733 to Messi. 1735 for 1733 to Messi. 1735 for 1734 to Messi. 1735 for 1735. 1736 for 1735 to Messi. 1736 for 1736. 1737 for 1736 to Ronaldo. 1737 for 1737. 1738 for 1737 to Messi. 1739 for 1737 to Messi. 1740 for 1737 to Messi. 1740 for 1738 to Messi. 1741 for 1738 to Messi. 1741 for 1739 to Messi. 1742 for 1739 to Messi. 1743 for 1739 to Messi. 1744 for 1739 to Messi. 1744 for 1742 Messi. 1745 for 1742 Messi. 1745 for 1741 to Messi. 1746 for 1741 to Messi. 1747 for 1741 to Messi. 1747 for 1742 to Messi. 1748 for 1742 to Messi. 1748 for 1743 to Messi. 1748 for 1744 to Messi. 1748 for 1745 to Messi. 1748 for 1746 to Messi. 1749 for 1746 to Messi. 1749 for 1747 to Messi. 1749 for 1748 to Messi. 1750 for 1748 to Messi. 1750 for 1749 to Messi. 1751 for 1749 to Messi. 1751 for 1750 to Messi. 1752 for 1752 Messi. 1753 for 1752 Messi. 1753 for 1751 to Messi. 1753 for 1752 to Messi. 1754 for 1752 to Messi. 1755 for 1752 to Messi. 1755 for 1753 to Messi. 1756 for 1753 to Messi. 1756 for 1754 to Messi. 1756 for 1755 to Messi. 1756 for 1756. 1757 for 1756 to Ronaldo. 1757 1758 for 1757 to Ronaldo. 1758 for 1758. 1759 for 1758 to Ronaldo. 1759 for 1759. 1760 for 1759 to Messi. 1761 for 1759 to Messi. 1761 for 1762 Messi. 1761 for 1761. 1762 for 1761 to Ronaldo. 1762 for 1762. 1763 for 1762 to Messi. 1763 for 1763. 1764 for 1763 to Messi. 1764 for 1764. 1765 for 1764 to Ronaldo. 1765 for 1765. 1766 for 1765 to Messi. 1766 for 1766. 1767 for 1766 to Messi. 1767 for 1767. 1768 for 1767 to Ronaldo. 1769 for 1767 to Ronaldo. 1769 for 1768 to Ronaldo. 1770 for 1768 to Ronaldo. 1771 for 1768 to Ronaldo. 1771 for 1769 to Ronaldo. 1772 for 1769 to Ronaldo. 1773 for 1769 to Ronaldo. 1774 for 1769 to Ronaldo. 1775 for 1769 to Ronaldo. 1776 for 1769 to Ronaldo. 1777 for 1769 to Ronaldo. 1778 for 1769 to Ronaldo. 1778 for 1770 to Ronaldo. 1779 for 1770 to Ronaldo. 1779 for 1771 to Ronaldo. 1779 for 1772 to Ronaldo. 1780 for 1772 to Ronaldo. 1780 for 1773 to Ronaldo. 1780 for 1774 to Ronaldo. 1780 for 1775 to Ronaldo. 1781 for 1775 to Ronaldo. 1781 for 1776 to Ronaldo. 1782 for 1776 to Ronaldo. 1783 for 1776 to Ronaldo. 1784 for 1776 to Ronaldo. 1785 for 1776 to Ronaldo. 1786 for 1776 to Ronaldo. 1786 for 1777 to Ronaldo. 1786 for 1778 to Ronaldo. 1786 for 1779 to Ronaldo. 1787 for 1779 to Ronaldo. 1787 for 1780 to Ronaldo. 1788 for 1780 to Ronaldo. 1788 for 1781 to Ronaldo. 1789 for 1781 to Ronaldo. 1790 for 1781 to Ronaldo. 1791 for 1781 to Ronaldo. 1791 for 1782 to Ronaldo. 1792 for 1782 to Ronaldo. 1792 for 1783 to Ronaldo. 1792 for 1784 to Ronaldo. 1793 for 1784 to Ronaldo. 1794 for 1784 to Ronaldo. 1794 for 1785 to Ronaldo. 1795 for 1785 to Ronaldo. 1796 for 1785 to Ronaldo. 1797 for 1785 to Ronaldo. 1797 for 1786 to Ronaldo. 1797 for 1787 to Ronaldo. 1798 for 1787 to Ronaldo. 1799 for 1787 to Ronaldo. 1800 for 1787 to Ronaldo. 1801 for 1787 to Ronaldo. 1802 for 1787 to Ronaldo. 1803 for 1787 to Ronaldo. 1804 for 1787 to Ronaldo. 1804 for 1788 to Ronaldo. 1804 for 1789 to Ronaldo. 1804 for 1792 Ronaldo. 1804 for 1791 to Ronaldo. 1804 for 1792 to Ronaldo. 1804 for 1793 to Ronaldo. 1805 for 1793 to Ronaldo. 1805 for 1794 to Ronaldo. 1806 for 1794 to Ronaldo. 1806 for 1795 to Ronaldo. 1807 for 1795 to Ronaldo. 1807 for 1796 to Ronaldo. 1807 for 1797 to Ronaldo. 1808 for 1797 to Ronaldo. 1809 for 1797 to Ronaldo. 1809 for 1798 to Ronaldo. 1810 for 1798 to Ronaldo. 1810 for 1799 to Ronaldo. 1810 for 1800 to Ronaldo. 1810 for 1801 to Ronaldo. 1811 for 1801 to Ronaldo. 1812 for 1801 to Ronaldo. 1812 for 1802 to Ronaldo. 1813 for 1802 to Ronaldo. 1813 for 1803 to Ronaldo. 1813 for 1804 to Ronaldo. 1813 for 1805 to Ronaldo. 1813 for 1806 to Ronaldo. 1813 for 1807 to Ronaldo. 1813 for 1808 to Ronaldo. 1813 for 1809 to Ronaldo. 1813 for 1810 to Ronaldo. 1813 for 1811 to Ronaldo. 1813 for 1812 to Ronaldo. 1814 for 1812 to Ronaldo. 1814 for 1813 to Ronaldo. 1814 for 1814. 1815 for 1814 to Ronaldo. 1815 for 1815. 1816 for 1815 to Ronaldo. 1816 for 19 for 18, 18 to Ronaldo. 18-20 for 18, 18 to Ronaldo. 18-21 for 18, 18 to Ronaldo. 18-21 for 18, 19 to Ronaldo. 18-21 for 18, 20 to Ronaldo. 18-21 for 18-21. 18-22 for 18-21 to Messi. 18-23 for 18-21 to Messi. 18-23 for 18-22 to Messi. 18-24 for 18-22 to Messi. 18-25 for 18-22 to Messi. 18-25 for 18-23 to Messi. 18-25 for 18-24 to Messi. 18-26 for 18-24 to Messi. 18-27 for 18-24 to Messi. 18-28 for 18-24 to Messi. 18-29 for 18-24 to Messi. 18-29 for 18-25 to Messi. 18-29 for 18-26 to Messi. 18-29 for 18-27 to Messi. 18-30 for 18-27 to Messi. 18-30 for 18-28 to Messi. 18-31 for 18-28 to Messi. 18-31 for 18-29 to Messi. 18-32 for 18-29 to Messi. 18-33 for 18-29 to Messi. 18-33 for 18-30 to Messi. 18-33 for 18-31 to Messi. 18-33 for 18-32 to Messi. 18-34 for 18-32 to Messi. 18-34 for 18-33 to Messi. 18-35 for 18-33 to Messi. 18-36 for 18-33 to Messi. 18-37 for 18-33 to Messi. 18-37 for 18-34 to Messi. 18-38 for 18-34 to Messi. 18-39 for 18-34 to Messi. 18-40 for 18-34 to Messi. 18-40 for 18-35 to Messi. 18-41 for 18-35 to Messi. 18-41 for 18-36 to Messi. 18-42 for 18-36 to Messi. 18-42 for 18-37 to Messi. 18-43 for 18-37 to Messi. 18-43 for 18-38 to Messi. 18-43 for 18-39 to Messi. 18-43 for 18-40 to Messi. 18-43 for 18-41 to Messi. 18-44 for 18-41 to Messi. 18-45 for 18-41 to Messi. 18-46 for 18-41 to Messi. 18-47 for 18-41 to Messi. 18-48 for 18-41 to Messi. 18-49 for 18-41 to Messi. 18-50 for 18-41 to Messi. 18-51 for 18-41 to Messi. 18-52 for 18-41 to Messi. 18-52 for 18-42 to Messi. 18-53 to Messi. 1853 for 1843 to Messi. 1853 for 1844 to Messi. 1853 for 1845 to Messi. 1853 for 1846 to Messi. 1854 for 1846 to Messi. 1854 for 1847 to Messi. 1855 for 1847 to Messi. 1855 for 1848 to Messi. 1856 for 1848 to Messi. 1857 for 1848 to Messi. 1858 for 1848 to Messi. 1859 for 1848 to Messi. 1860 for 1848 to Messi. 1860 for 1849 to Messi. 1861 for 1849 to Messi. 1861 for 1850 to Messi. 1862 for 1850 to Messi. 1863 for 1850 to Messi. 1864 for 1850 to Messi. 1865 for 1850 to Messi. 1865 for 1851 to Messi. 1865 for 1852 to Messi. 1866 for 1852 to Messi. 1866 for 1853 to Messi. 1866 for 1854 to Messi. 1866 for 1855 to Messi. 1866 for 1856 to Messi. 1866 for 1857 to Messi. 1867 for 1857 to Messi. 1868 for 1857 to Messi. 1869 for 1857 to Messi. 1869 for 1858 to Messi. 1869 for 1859 to Messi. 1870 for 1859 to Messi. 1871 for 1859 to Messi. 1871 for 1860 to Messi. 1871 for 1861 to Messi. 1872 for 1861 to Messi. 1872 for 1862 to Messi. 1873 for 1862 to Messi. 1873 for 1863 to Messi. 1874 for 1863 to Messi. 1874 for 1864 to Messi. 1875 for 1864 to Messi. 1876 for 1864 to Messi. 1876 for 1865 to Messi. 1877 for 1865 to Messi. 1877 for 1866 to Messi. 1878 for 1866 to Messi. 1879 for 1866 to Messi. 1880 for 1866 to Messi. to Messi. 1880 for 1868 to Messi. 1880 for 1869 to Messi. 1881 for 1869 to Messi. 1882 for 1869 to Messi. 1883 for 1869 to Messi. 1883 for 1870 to Messi. 1884 for 1870 to Messi. 1885 for 1870 to Messi. 1886 for 1870 to Messi. 1886 for 1871 to Messi. 1887 for 1871 to Messi. 1888 for 1871 to Messi. 1888 for 1872 to Messi. 1889 for 1872 to Messi. 1889 for 1873 to Messi. 1889 for 1874 to Messi. 1889 for 1875 to Messi. 1889 for 1876 to Messi. 1890 for 1876 to Messi. 1890 for 1877 to Messi. 1891 for 1877 to Messi. 1891 for 1878 to Messi. 1891 for 1879 to Messi. 1891 for 1880 to Messi. 1891 for 1881 to Messi. 1891 for 1882 to Messi. 1891 for 1883 to Messi. 1892 for 1883 to Messi. 1892 for 1884 to Messi. 1893 for 1884 to Messi. 1894 for 1884 to Messi. 1894 for 1885 to Messi. 1894 for 1886 to Messi. 1894 for 1887 to Messi. 1894 for 1888 to Messi. 1895 for 1888 to Messi. 1896 for 1888 to Messi. 1897 for 1888 to Messi. 1897 for 1889 to Messi. 1898 for 1889 to Messi. 1899 for 1889 to Messi. 1900 for 1889 to Messi. 1900 for 1890 to Messi. 1900 for 1891 to Messi. 1900 for 1892 to Messi. 1901 for 1892 to Messi. 1902 for 1892 to Messi. 1902 for 1893 to Messi. 1902 for 1894 to Messi. 1902 for 1895 to Messi. 1903 for 1895 to Messi. 1904 for 1895 to Messi. 1904 for 1896 to Messi. 1905 for 1896 to Messi. 1906 for 1896 to Messi. 1906 for 1897 to Messi. 1907 for 1897 to Messi. 1907 for 1898 to Messi. 1907 for 1899 to Messi. 1908 for 1899 to Messi. 1909 for 1899 to Messi. 1910 for 1899 to Messi. 1911 for 1899 to Messi. 1912 for 1899 to Messi. 1913 for 1899 to Messi. 1913 for 1900 to Messi. 1913 for 1901 to Messi. 1913 for 1902 to Messi. 1913 for 1903 to Messi. 1913 for 1904 to Messi. 1913 for 1905 to Messi. 1914 for 1905 to Messi. 1915 for 1905 to Messi. 1915 for 1906 to Messi. 1916 for 1906 to Messi. 1916 for 1907 to Messi. 1916 for 1908 to Messi. 1917 for 1908 to Messi. 1918 for 1908 to Messi. 1918 for 1909 to Messi. 1918 for 1910 to Messi. 1918 for 1911 to Messi. 1918 for 1912 to Messi. 1919 for 1912 to Messi. 1919 for 1913 to Messi. 1920 for 1913 to Messi. 1920 for 1914 to Messi. 1920 for 1915 to Messi. 1920 for 1916 to Messi. 1920 for 1917 to Messi. 1921 for 1917 to Messi. 1922 for 1917 to Messi. 1923 for 1917 to Messi. 1924 for 1917 to Messi. 1924 for 1918 to Messi. 1924 for 1919 to Messi. 1924 for 1920 to Messi. 1925 for 1920 to Messi. 1925 for 1921 to Messi. 1925 for 1922 to Messi. 1925 for 1923 to Messi. 1926 for 1923 to Messi. 1926 for 1924 to Messi. 1926 for 1925 to Messi. 1927 for 1925 to Messi. 1927 for 1926 to Messi. 1927 for 1927. 1928 for 1927 to Ronaldo. 1929 for 1927 to Ronaldo. 1930 for 1927 to Ronaldo. 1931 for 1927 to Ronaldo. 1931 for 1928 to Ronaldo. 1931 for 1929 to Ronaldo. 1931 for 1930 to Ronaldo. 1932 for 1932 Ronaldo. 1933 for 1932 Ronaldo. 1933 for 1931 to Ronaldo. 1933 for 1932 to Ronaldo. 1934 for 1932 to Ronaldo. 1935 for 1932 to Ronaldo. 1935 for 1933 to Ronaldo. 1935 for 1934 to Ronaldo. 1936 for 1934 to Ronaldo. 1936 for 1935 to Ronaldo. 1937 for 1935 to Ronaldo. 1937 for 1936 to Ronaldo. 1937 for 1937. 1938 for 1937 to Messi. 1938 for 1938. 1939 for 1938 to Ronaldo. 1939 for 1939. 1940 for 1939 to Ronaldo. 1940 for 1940. 1941 for 1942 Ronaldo. 1941 for 1941. 1942 for 1941 to Ronaldo. 1943 for 1941 to Ronaldo. 1944 for 1941 to Ronaldo. 1945 for 1941 to Ronaldo. 1946 for 1941 to Ronaldo. 1946 for 1942 to Ronaldo. 1947 for 1942 to Ronaldo. 1948 for 1942 to Ronaldo. 1948 for 1943 to Ronaldo. 1948 for 1944 to Ronaldo. 1949 for 1944 to Ronaldo. 1950 for 1944 to Ronaldo. 1950 for 1945 to Ronaldo. 1951 for 1945 to Ronaldo. 1952 for 1945 to Ronaldo. 1953 for 1945 to Ronaldo. 1954 for 1945 to Ronaldo. 1955 for 1945 to Ronaldo. 1955 for 1946 to Ronaldo. 1956 for 1946 to Ronaldo. 1956 for 1947 to Ronaldo. 1956 for 1948 to Ronaldo. 1957 for 1948 to Ronaldo. 1957 for 1949 to Ronaldo. 1957 for 1952 Ronaldo. 1957 to Ronaldo. 1958 for 1951 to Ronaldo. 1958 for 1952 to Ronaldo. 1959 for 1952 to Ronaldo. 1960 for 1952 to Ronaldo. 1961 for 1952 to Ronaldo. 1962 for 1952 to Ronaldo. 1962 for 1953 to Ronaldo. 1963 for 1953 to Ronaldo. 1964 for 1953 to Ronaldo. 1965 for 1953 to Ronaldo. 1966 for 1953 to Ronaldo. 1966 for 1954 to Ronaldo. 1966 for 1955 to Ronaldo. 1966 for 1956 to Ronaldo. 1967 for 1956 to Ronaldo. 1967 for 1957 to Ronaldo. 1968 for 1957 to Ronaldo. 1968 for 1958 to Ronaldo. 1968 for 1959 to Ronaldo. 1969 for 1959 to Ronaldo. 1969 for 1962 Ronaldo. 1970 for 1962 Ronaldo. 1970 for 1961 to Ronaldo. 1970 for 1962 to Ronaldo. 1970 for 1963 to Ronaldo. 1970 for 1964 to Ronaldo. 1970 for 1965 to Ronaldo. 1971 for 1965 to Ronaldo. 1971 for 1966 to Ronaldo. 1972 for 1966 to Ronaldo. 1972 for 1967 to Ronaldo. 1972 for 1968 to Ronaldo. 1972 for 1969 to Ronaldo. 1972 for 1972 Ronaldo. 1972 for 1971 to Ronaldo. 1972 for 1972. 1973 for 1972 to Ronaldo. 1973 for 1973. 1974 for 1973 to Ronaldo. 1975 for 1973 to Ronaldo. 1975 for 1974 to Ronaldo. 1976 for 1974 to Ronaldo. 1977 for 1974 to Ronaldo. 1978 for 1974 to Ronaldo. 1979 for 1974 to Ronaldo. 1980 for 1974 to Ronaldo. 1980 for 1975 to Ronaldo. 1980 for 1976 to Ronaldo. 1981 for 1976 to Ronaldo. 1981 for 1977 to Ronaldo. 1982 for 1977 to Ronaldo. 1982 for 1978 to Ronaldo. 1982 for 1979 to Ronaldo. 1983 for 1979 to Ronaldo. 1984 for 1979 to Ronaldo. 1985 for 1979 to Ronaldo. 1986 for 1979 to Ronaldo. 1986 for 1982 Ronaldo. 1986 for 1981 to Ronaldo. 1986 for 1982 to Ronaldo. 1987 for 1982 to Ronaldo. 1987 for 1983 to Ronaldo. 1988 for 1983 to Ronaldo. 1989 for 1983 to Ronaldo. 1990 for 1983 to Ronaldo. 1991 for 1983 to Ronaldo. 1991 for 1984 to Ronaldo. 1991 for 1985 to Ronaldo. 1992 for 1985 to Ronaldo. 1993 for 1985 to Ronaldo. 1994 for 1985 to Ronaldo. 1994 for 1986 to Ronaldo. 1995 for 1986 to Ronaldo. 1995 for 1987 to Ronaldo. 1996 for 1987 to Ronaldo.
Hello guys, who will win today? Guys, who will win? Comment to me guys, who will win today? Messi point. Let's go guys, who will win today? Who will win? Ronaldo. This point for Messi. Who will win today guys? Who will win? This is tie point. Again tie. This point for Messi. This point again for Messi. This point for Ronaldo. Last point for Ronaldo. Who will win guys? Do you think Messi will be win? Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Tie point. No, 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 no. This point for Messi. Comment me guys, who will win? Do you think Messi will win? Messi supporter comment. Messi supporter comment Messi. This is again for Messi. This point again for Messi. Guys, do you think Messi will be win? Oh no, this point for Ronaldo. Ronaldo win. Let's go for 10 point. Let's go, let's go. Who will win? Who will win? This point for Messi. I think this time Messi will be win. This point for Ronaldo. This time for Messi. This time for Ronaldo. Okay, this time for Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Ronaldo again. This is tie point, guys. Let's do. Sorry, I throw the ball outside of the sink. Messi. Again, Messi. This time, no. This is tie point, guys. This time for Ronaldo. This time for Messi. This time for Ronaldo. Ronaldo again. 2 point left for Ronaldo, and Messi need 5 point. Let's see who will win. Okay, this time for Messi. Okay, this time for no one, because tie point. Ball is not caught in hole. This time for Ronaldo. Okay, Ronaldo win. Okay, let's do 20 point match. Sorry, 25 point match in between Messi and Ronaldo. Let's go, guys. Please double tap to screen, guys. Please double tap to screen to support my channel. First point for Ronaldo. And again, Ronaldo. Messi. This time for Messi again. This time for Ronaldo. Messi. Tie point. This time for Messi. This time for Ronaldo. Ronaldo again. This time for Messi. Messi again. Let's go. This time for Ronaldo. Ronaldo again. Messi. Messi again. Ronaldo. Ronaldo again. Messi. Messi, Ronaldo point. This time for Messi, Ronaldo. Okay, this time for Messi, Ronaldo point. Ronaldo get again. Cristiano Ronaldo. Lionel Messi. This time for Lionel Messi. Okay, this time for Cristiano Ronaldo. Let's go. This time for nothing. This time for Messi. 10 point left. Ronaldo. Okay. This time for no. Not for this time for anyone. Messi. Messi get again. Messi again. Ronaldo. No. This time for no one. Messi. Messi get again. Messi. Messi get again. Messi again. Ronaldo. Ronaldo. No. This time for no one. Okay, Messi. This time for Messi win. Guys, this time for Messi. Now match between Messi and Ronaldo. 30 point. Okay, let's go for 30 point match in between Messi and Ronaldo. Let's go. Okay, first point for Ronaldo. And again Ronaldo. Okay, Ronaldo again. Ronaldo going to win the match. Let's go again Ronaldo. Who will we win today? Messi. Again Ronaldo. Messi again. Messi. Let's go Messi. Messi again. Ronaldo. Okay, Ronaldo again. Who will be win today? Messi or Ronaldo? Let's go guys, let's go. Support your favorite player. Who is your favorite player, Messi or Ronaldo? Let's go, guys. Let's go. Who is your favorite player now? And who is GOAT? Ronaldo and Messi. Who will we win? Messi. Okay, again Messi. Ronaldo. This time for Ronaldo. Messi. Okay, Ronaldo point. Ronaldo leading 3 points. Ronaldo leading 3 points from Messi. Ronaldo. Ronaldo again. Messi fans support your Messi. This time for no one. Okay, again Messi supporter support your favorite player. Messi. Okay, I think you are supporting to Messi because Messi is winning. Okay, no one. Messi again. Ronaldo fan, support your Ronaldo again. Okay, Ronaldo. Messi. No one. Let's go, guys. Who will win? This time for Messi. Ronaldo. Messi. Okay, Messi. This time again for Messi. No, guys, it's this time for Ronaldo. Ronaldo leading 1 point from Messi. Do you think, guys, Messi will win? Oh yeah, Ronaldo. This time for Messi. Let's go, guys. Let's go. 10 points left from winning. This time for Messi. This time for Ronaldo. Messi leading 1 point from Ronaldo. Messi. Messi leading 3 points from Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo losing the match. This time for Ronaldo. Messi again leading 1 point. Okay, Ronaldo again. This time for Messi. No. La. Messi get again. Okay, Ronaldo. Okay, Ronaldo. No. This is tie point, guys. Tie. No, 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 la, 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 la. No, this point again, tie point. Do you think Ronaldo will be win? Ronaldo fans support your Ronaldo. Okay, Ronaldo, Ronaldo. Ronaldo, Ronaldo. Okay, no, Ronaldo lose the match. Ronaldo lose the match, guys. Let's go 30-point match in between Messi and Ronaldo. Okay, guys, support your favorite player. Who is your favorite player, Messi or Ronaldo? Match between Messi and Ronaldo. 30-point of match. Let's go, guys. Who will win? First point for Messi. Messi. Okay, again, get Messi 2 points. Ronaldo, Ronaldo. Do you think Ronaldo will win? Okay, Messi, Messi. Messi leading 3 points from Ronaldo. Messi. Messi get again. Again, Messi, Messi, Messi. Messi leading 6 points from Ronaldo, but Ronaldo is coming back. Ronaldo. Ronaldo. No, this time for Messi. Messi. Okay, this time for no, 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 no. This time for nothing. This time for Ronaldo. No, Messi. Messi. What are you doing? What are you doing? Messi again. Ronaldo fans, support your Ronaldo because Ronaldo is losing the game. You are not supporting to Ronaldo. That's why Ronaldo is losing the match. Ronaldo fan, Ronaldo fan, Ronaldo. Messi. No, Messi again. Messi. Okay, Ronaldo. Messi. Ronaldo. This time for Messi. This time for Messi again. 10-point leading from Ronaldo, but Ronaldo is coming to Messi. Okay, Ronaldo, Ronaldo. This time for Messi, but okay, Messi. But Ronaldo will be win. I think Ronaldo will be win. No, no, no. I think Messi is leading from Ronaldo. Ronaldo, 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 Ronaldo fan, please support your Ronaldo. Okay, Ronaldo point. Again, Ronaldo. Okay. Ronaldo again. But Messi leading 8 points from Ronaldo. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay, okay, no, 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 no. This time for Messi. Whoa, 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 whoa. This time for Ronaldo. No, 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 Messi. I think Messi, you will win. Okay, Ronaldo. Ronaldo, go fast. Go, go, Ronaldo, go, go, Ronaldo, go, go. Messi. Okay, okay, Ronaldo, Ronaldo. No, 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 no. Ronaldo. Okay, Ronaldo. Ronaldo fan, double tap to screen, double tap to screen. Otherwise, Ronaldo will be lose. Ronaldo fan, double tap to screen, double tap to screen. Okay, you are tapping to screen. That's why Ronaldo gets 1 point again. Oh wow, wow, wow! Double tap, double tap, double tap. Okay, Ronaldo get again point. Okay, wow, 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 Ronaldo. Ronaldo, Ronaldo. Oh no, Messi fan also tapping the screen. That's why Messi again gets 1 point and leading. Okay, Messi fan. Messi, Messi, Messi. Argentina, Argentina. Argentina or Spain? Argentina or Spain? No, Messi, Messi, win. Okay, let's go again. 30 point match between Messi, 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 Ronaldo. Okay, Ronaldo. Messi. La 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 Messi, Messi, you are again winning the match. Ronaldo, you can name me Gonzal. Why are you commenting to me, Gonzal? Keep silent and watch this match. Keep silent, keep silent. Messi. Ronaldo. Who will win today, Ronaldo or Messi? It's time for Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Messi fan, if you want, Messi will win. Double tap to screen, double tap to screen. Support your Messi. Ronaldo getting point again. Messi. Ronaldo again. This time again Ronaldo again and again. Okay, this come on, Dominon. You are supporting to Messi. That's why at this point get Messi. Dominon. Messi fan, double tap to screen. If you want, Messi will be win. Double tap to screen. That's why Messi getting point and point. Look at this again. Messi get point. Okay, Messi fan, you are double tapping to screen. That's why Messi getting point. Messi. Again, Ronaldo. Messi. Ronaldo. La. Messi. No, no, no. It's time for no one. Again, Messi. This time for Ronaldo. This time for Messi. This time for again Messi. Messi again. No one. Messi. This time again for Messi. Messi. Okay, Messi. No one, no one. This time for Ronaldo. This time for Messi. Ronaldo, but Messi leading 4 points from Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo get again point. Who will we win today? Messi or Ronaldo? Messi. Messi get again. Messi, Messi. La 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 Messi. Ronaldo. Ronaldo. No one. But Messi. Messi. Ronaldo. Ronaldo get point again. Messi. Messi. Okay, Messi win this time. Let's go 30 point. No, sorry, that's time for 50 point match in between Messi and Ronaldo. Guys, who will win today? In 50 point, Messi and Ronaldo. Let's go, let's go. First point for Ronaldo. And second point for Messi. Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Messi. Messi. La 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 Ronaldo. Ronaldo again. Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Messi. Messi get again.
1960 for 1960. 1961 for 1962 Messi. 1961 for 1961. 1962 for 1961 to Messi. 1962 for 1962. 1963 for 1962 to Ronaldo. 1964 for 1962 to Ronaldo. 1965 for 1962 to Ronaldo. 1965 for 1963 to Ronaldo. 1966 for 1963 to Ronaldo. 1967 for 1963 to Ronaldo. 1967 for 1964 to Ronaldo. 1967 for 1965 to Ronaldo. 1968 for 1965 to Ronaldo. 1969 for 1965 to Ronaldo. 1970 for 1965 to Ronaldo. 1970 for 1966 to Ronaldo. 1970 for 1967 to Ronaldo. 1970 for 1968 to Ronaldo. 1970 for 1969 to Ronaldo. 1970 for 1970. 1971 for 1970 to Ronaldo. 1971 for 1971. 1972 for 1971 to Ronaldo. 1973 for 1971 to Ronaldo. 1973 for 1972 to Ronaldo. 1974 for 1972 to Ronaldo. 1974 for 1973 to Ronaldo. 1975 for 1973 to Ronaldo. 1976 for 1973 to Ronaldo. 1976 for 1974 to Ronaldo. 1976 for 1975 to Ronaldo. 1977 for 1975 to Ronaldo. 1978 for 1975 to Ronaldo. 1979 for 1975 to Ronaldo. 1979 for 1976 to Ronaldo. 1979 for 1977 to Ronaldo. 1979 for 1978 to Ronaldo. 1980 for 1978 to Ronaldo. 1981 for 1978 to Ronaldo. 1981 for 1979 to Ronaldo. 1981 for 1980 to Ronaldo. 1981 for 1981. 1982 for 1981 to Messi. 1982 for 1982. 1983 for 1982 to Messi. 1983 for 1983. 1984 for 1983 to Ronaldo. 1985 for 1983 to Ronaldo. 1985 for 1984 to Ronaldo. 1986 for 1984 to Ronaldo. 1986 for 1985 to Ronaldo. 1987 for 1985 to Ronaldo. 1988 for 1985 to Ronaldo. 1989 for 1985 to Ronaldo. 1989 for 1986 to Ronaldo. 1989 for 1987 to Ronaldo. 1989 for 1988 to Ronaldo. 1990 for 1988 to Ronaldo. 1990 for 1989 to Ronaldo. 1991 for 1989 to Ronaldo. 1992 for 1989 to Ronaldo. 1993 for 1989 to Ronaldo.
Guys, who will win today? Who will win today? Messi or Ronaldo? Let's go, guys. Let's go. Messi. Ronaldo. Messi fan, double tap to screen if you want. Messi will win. Double tap to screen and support your Messi. Okay, Messi. Tie point. Ronaldo. Messi fan, double tap to screen, support your Messi. Messi. I think Messi fan supporting the Messi, that's why Messi getting point. Ronaldo. This flag coming to referee point. Ronaldo. Tie point, guys, tie point. La. This time for no one. Ronaldo again. Messi fans, support your Messi, otherwise Messi will lose the game. Okay, Messi. This time for Ronaldo, Cristiano Ronaldo. Let's go. 30-point match in between Messi and Ronaldo. 50-point match between Messi and Ronaldo. Who will win today? Messi or Ronaldo? Let's go, guys. First point for Messi. Ronaldo. Messi. Ronaldo. This time for Messi again. Ronaldo. Messi. Messi again. Messi.
1956 for 1955 to Messi. 1956 for 1956. 1957 for 1956 to Messi. 1957 for 1957. 1958 1957 to Messi. 1959 for 1957 to Messi. 1959 for 1958 to Messi. 1959 to Ronaldo. 1961 for 1959 to Ronaldo. 1962 for 1959 to Ronaldo. 1963 for 1959 to Ronaldo. 1964 for 1959 to Ronaldo. 1964 for 1962 Ronaldo. 1964 for 1961 to Ronaldo. 1965 for 1961 to Ronaldo. 1966 for 1961 to Ronaldo. 1967 for 1961 to Ronaldo. 1967 for 1962 to Ronaldo. 1968 for 1962 to Ronaldo. 1968 for 1963 to Ronaldo. 1969 for 1963 to Ronaldo. 1970 for 1963 to Ronaldo. 1970 for 1964 to Ronaldo. 1971 for 1964 to Ronaldo. 1971 for 1965 to Ronaldo. 1971 for 1966 to Ronaldo. 1971 for 1967 to Ronaldo. 1972 for 1967 to Ronaldo. 1972 for 1968 to Ronaldo. 1973 for 1968 to Ronaldo. 1973 for 1969 to Ronaldo. 1974 for 1969 to Ronaldo. 1975 for 1969 to Ronaldo. 1975 for 1970 to Ronaldo. 1975 for 1971 to Ronaldo. 1975 for 1972 to Ronaldo. 1975 for 1973 to Ronaldo. 1975 for 1974 to Ronaldo. 1975 for 1975. 1976 for 1975 to Messi. 1976 for 1976. 1977 for 1976 to Ronaldo. 1978 for 1976 to Ronaldo. 1978 for 1977 to Ronaldo. 1978 for 1978. 1979 for 1978 to Messi. 1980 for 1978 to Messi. 1981 for 1978 to Messi. 1982 for 1978 to Messi. 1982 for 1979 to Messi. 1982 for 1980 to Messi. 1983 for 1982 Messi. 1983 for 1981 to Messi. 1984 for 1981 to Messi. 1984 for 1982 to Messi. 1984 for 1983 to Messi. 1985 for 1985. 1986 for 1985 to Messi. 1986 for 1986. 1987 for 1986 to Ronaldo. 1987 for 1987. 1988 for 1987 to Messi. 1989 for 1987 to Messi. 1990 for 1987 to Messi. 1991 for 1987 to Messi. 1992 for 1987 to Messi. 1993 for 1987 to Messi. 1994 for 1987 to Messi. 1995 for 1987 to Messi. 1995 for 1988 to Messi. 1996 for 1988 to Messi. 1996 for 1989 to Messi. 1997 for 1989 to Messi. 1998 for 1989 to Messi.
This time for Ronaldo. Guys, who will win today? Who will win? Messi or Ronaldo? This time for no pawn. Support your Ronaldo because Ronaldo is losing the game. Ronaldo gets 1 point again. Box play saying bye. Bro, let's watch the match. Who will win today? This time for Messi. Last point for Messi. Ronaldo fan, please double tap to screen to support your Ronaldo. Let's go. Ronaldo. But Messi is win the match. Let's 20 point match between Messi and Ronaldo. First point for Messi. This time for Ronaldo. Ronaldo get again. I think this time Ronaldo will be win. Ronaldo, Cristiano Ronaldo, Messi, Ronaldo. This time for Messi. This time again for Messi. Ronaldo. This time for Messi. Messi get again. This time for Messi again. Messi leading 2 points from Ronaldo. This time for Ronaldo. Ronaldo get again. Messi again. Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Messi, Lionel Messi. Messi leading 3 points from Ronaldo. Ronaldo also coming back to game. Ronaldo. Again Ronaldo. Messi. Ronaldo. This time for Messi. Ronaldo. This time for Messi. Again Messi. Ronaldo. Okay, Ronaldo win this time. Let's 10 point of match in between Messi and Ronaldo. Who will win today? Ronaldo and again Ronaldo. Ronaldo get again. Ronaldo. Messi first point. Ronaldo. Messi. Okay, Messi again. Messi. No, not this time. Messi. La. Cristiano Ronaldo. This time for Messi. This time for Messi again. Messi. Ronaldo. Guys, comment me. Who will win today? Who will win? Messi or Ronaldo? Who will win today? Messi or Ronaldo? Comment me, guys. Who will win today? This match, who will win? Ronaldo win? Messi win? Let's go. Ronaldo. This time for Messi. Last throw, guys. Who will win today? Messi and Ronaldo fan. Comment your favorite player. Okay, Ronaldo win. Let's again 15 point in between Messi and Ronaldo. This time for pastime for Messi. Okay, Ronaldo. Messi, Lionel Messi, 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 Ronaldo, Ronaldo, Messi, Messi, Messi get again, Messi, 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 Ronaldo, Ronaldo, Messi, Messi. This time for Ronaldo, Messi, Messi. Who will win today, Messi or Ronaldo? Let's go, guys. This time for Ronaldo, Ronaldo again. Okay, Ronaldo. This time for Messi, Lionel Messi, Lionel Messi, Lionel Messi again. Messi, Messi. This time for Ronaldo. Again, Ronaldo. Lionel Messi, Messi. Who will we win today? Who will win? Comment me, guys. Who will we win today? Again, Ronaldo. Okay, Ronaldo win, guys. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, now match between Messi and Ronaldo. 20-point match in between Messi and Ronaldo. First point for Messi. Ronaldo. Messi. Messi again, Messi. This time for Ronaldo. Ronaldo again. This time for Ronaldo. Messi. Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Again Ronaldo. But Messi get this point. Messi. This time for Ronaldo. Messi. Messi. This time for Messi. Messi. Ronaldo. 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 This time again for Ronaldo. Messi, Lionel Messi. I think this time for no one. Messi, Messi. Messi, Lionel Messi, get this point. Messi is leading from Ronaldo because Ronaldo has 999, no, oh, sorry, 1992 point and Messi 1994 point. Who will win today? Messi leading 2 points from Ronaldo. Okay, now point for Ronaldo. This is tie point, guys. Tie. This time for Ronaldo. Again, Ronaldo. Ronaldo again. Ronaldo 2 point leading from Messi. Messi. Again, Ronaldo. This time for Lionel Messi. Ronaldo. This is tie point, guys. Messi, Messi. This time for Ronaldo. Who will win today, guys? Who will win? CR7 or 67? Messi. Messi. This time for Messi. Messi. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. This time for Cristiano Ronaldo. And now, match between Messi and Ronaldo. 20 point. 20 point match in between Messi and Ronaldo. Who will win, guys? Who will win today? Let's go. My first match for Messi. Ronaldo. Ronaldo. This time for Ronaldo. This is tie point, guys. Tie point. Let's see who will win. Messi. This time for Messi. This time for Ronaldo. Ronaldo again. Messi. Messi. Ronaldo. Again, Ronaldo. Messi. Messi. This time for Messi. Now this time for Ronaldo. Now Messi, Lionel Messi. Messi get again point. This is the tie point, guys. Now Ronaldo. Messi, Lionel Messi. Okay, Messi get again. This is the tie point, guys. Messi. Ronaldo. Messi. Messi, Lionel Messi. This time for Ronaldo. This one for Ronaldo. This is the tie point, guys. Lionel Messi, Lionel Messi. This is the tie point, guys. Lionel Messi, Messi. I can't get the point, Messi. Ronaldo. Messi, Messi. This is the tie point. Okay, Messi. Messi need 1 point to win. Messi need 1 point to win. You think this one throw and Messi will be win? What do you think? Let's go. No, 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 no. This is the tie point. No. This is Ronaldo. Again Ronaldo. Match is not over, bro. Match is not over. But it is over because Messi is win. Now 20-point match in between Messi and Ronaldo. First point for Ronaldo. 1 point for Messi. And this is the tie point. Messi. This time for Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Ronaldo get again. Ronaldo. This is the tie point, guys. Messi. 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 Messi again. This time for Ronaldo. Messi, Ronaldo, this time for Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, Cristiano Ronaldo get in. This time for Ronaldo, Messi, Lionel Messi, Messi, Ronaldo, and Messi. This time for Ronaldo. Ronaldo. This time for Lionel Messi. Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Okay, Ronaldo. This time for Ronaldo. Ronaldo again. Ronaldo. This is the tie point, guys. But this match wins Ronaldo. Now match between Messi and Ronaldo. 25 point match between Messi and Ronaldo. Who will win to them? 15-point match. Messi and Ronaldo. First point for Messi. Messi again. This is the tie point, guys. Messi, Ronaldo, 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 Messi, Lionel Messi, Messi, Ronaldo. This time for Messi, Ronaldo, Ronaldo, Messi, Ronaldo. Okay, Messi. This time for Ronaldo. Ronaldo. This time for Ronaldo again. Ronaldo leading 3 points, but not 2 points. Messi. Little Messi, Messi. Now this time for Ronaldo. Ronaldo. This time for Lionel Messi. Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Again, Ronaldo. This time for Messi. Ronaldo. Ronaldo again. Ronaldo. This time for Ronaldo. Messi. Ronaldo. Messi this point. But Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Ronaldo again. Ronaldo. Guy point. Ronaldo. Ronaldo get this point and win the match. Let's 20-point match in between Messi and Ronaldo. First point for Messi. Ronaldo. Tie point. Messi. Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Tie point. Ronaldo. Messi. Ronaldo. Messi. Messi. Blocks play. Best live stream. Ha ha ha. Thank you so much, Blocks Play. Thank you so much for your compliment. Thank you so much. Messi. Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Messi. Cristiano Ronaldo. 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 Messi. 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 Ronaldo. Messi. This time for Messi. Messi. Messi again. Ronaldo. It's time for Ronaldo. Messi. Ronaldo. Again, this time for Ronaldo. Messi. Ronaldo. This is the tie point, guys. This time for Messi. This is the tie point, guys. Messi. Tie point, guys. Ronaldo. This is the tie point, guys. Again, this is the tie point, guys. Tie point, guys, again. Okay, Ronaldo. This is the tie point, guys. Messi. This is for Ronaldo. Who will win, guys? Who will win? Last throw, guys. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Who will win? Messi or Ronaldo? Support your favorite player. Messi or Ronaldo? This is the tie point, guys, because ball is not put in this hole. Let's throw again. This time for Messi. Messi win this match. Last 20-point match. Who will we win? 25 point of match in between Messi and Ronaldo. First point for Ronaldo. Messi. Messi. Ronaldo. This is the time point, guys. Messi. Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Messi. Ronaldo. Ronaldo again. This is the time point, guys. Messi. Messi. Ronaldo. 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 Ronaldo again. Ronaldo is leading 4 points, but this point for Messi. 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 Ronaldo. It's time for Messi. Leo Messi. Ronaldo. Messi. This time for Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Messi. Lionel Messi. Ronaldo. 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 Messi. Ronaldo. It's time for Messi. Messi again. This is the tie point, guys. Messi. Ronaldo. This is for Ronaldo. Again Ronaldo. This time for Messi. Ronaldo. Messi. Lionel Messi. Ronaldo. This time for Messi. This is the tie point, guys. Again tie point. What again point, that point. Ronaldo. This is Messi point. Messi. Messi. This is the time point, guys. Messi. Okay, this time for Ronaldo. Let's 20-point match in between Messi and Ronaldo. Who will win today? Messi. Messi again. Messi. Messi. Ronaldo. Messi. Ronaldo. It's time for Messi. Ronaldo. 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 Messi this time. Messi again. Messi. This time for Ronaldo. Ronaldo. This is die point, guys. It's time for Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Ronaldo point. This time for again Ronaldo. This time for Messi. This point for Ronaldo. Messi. Again Messi. Who will win today, guys? Messi and Ronaldo. Let's go. Messi. Messi again. Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Ronaldo again. Ronaldo. Ronaldo leading 2 points from Messi. Ronaldo get again. This time for Messi, Donald Messi. This is the tie point, guys. Tie point again. This time for Messi. Ronaldo. Ronaldo lead 1 point, guys. Messi fans, please double tap the screen to support your Messi. This is the tie point, guys. Again tie point. Again tie point, guys. What ball are doing? Again tie point, guys. Okay, Ronaldo win. Let's 10 point match in between Messi and Ronaldo. Messi, Ronaldo, Messi, Ronaldo, Ronaldo gets again, Messi, this is the tie point, guys. Messi, Ronaldo, Messi, Messi get again, Messi, Messi get again, Messi this time win. Let's 25-point match in between Messi and Ronaldo. Who will win this time? Let's go. Ronaldo, Messi, Messi, Ronaldo, Messi, Ronaldo, Ronaldo, Messi, Messi, Messi get again. This is the tie point, guys. Messi, tie point, guys. Messi, Messi again, Messi, 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 again Messi, Messi, you are going to win. Ronaldo, Ronaldo, this is the tie point, guys. Messi, Ronaldo, Messi, Ronaldo, this is the tie point, guys. Messi, This is the tie point, guys. Messi. Messi, Messi, Messi again. Messi. This time for Ronaldo. 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 This time for Messi. This time for Messi. Tie point, guys. This time for Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Messi. Ronaldo. Messi. Messi again. Messi wins this time. Let's play 10. Let's play 20 point match being between Messi and Ronaldo. Messi. Messi again. Ronaldo. 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 Messi. Ronaldo. Messi. Messi. Tie point, guys. This time for Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Tie point, guys. This time for Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Tie point. Messi. Ronaldo. Again Ronaldo. Tie point. Ronaldo. Messi this time. Messi. Ronaldo. Messi. Messi again. This is the tie point, guys. Messi. Messi again. Ronaldo. Messi. Ronaldo. Messi. Tie point. Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Messi. Messi again. Messi. Messi. It's time for Messi. It's time for Messi. Messi win the match. Let's 20-point match in between Messi and Ronaldo. Who will win today? Who will win today, guys? Messi and Ronaldo. First point, Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Messi. 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 Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Messi. 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 Tie point. Messi. Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Messi. Messi. Ronaldo. Messi. Ronaldo. Ronaldo get again. Now this is the tie point. Again tie point because ball is not put in the hole. Again tie point. Messi. Messi. Messi get again. Messi. Ronaldo. Messi. Messi leading 5 points to Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Messi. Messi. Ronaldo, Messi, Ronaldo, Ronaldo. This is the tie point, guys. Messi, Messi win this time. Let's start for 20-point match again in between Messi and Ronaldo. First point for Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Ronaldo 3-point. This time for Messi. Messi. Messi again. Ronaldo. Messi. Ronaldo. Messi. Who will win today, guys? Who will win today? Comment me, guys. Who will win today? Messi or Ronaldo? Messi. Messi again. Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Messi. Messi. Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Ronaldo again. Ronaldo. Messi, Messi, Messi. Duel, Messi. This time for Cristiano Ronaldo. Messi. Messi. This time for Ronaldo. Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo. 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 Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo again. This time for Ronaldo. Ronaldo win this time. No match in between Messi and Ronaldo. 50-point of match. Let's go. Who will win today, guys? Who will win today? 50-point of match. Messi and Ronaldo.
1951 for 1952 Ronaldo. 1952 for 1952 Ronaldo. 1953 for 1952 Ronaldo. 1954 for 1952 Ronaldo. 1955 for 1951 to Ronaldo. 1955 for 1952 to Ronaldo. 1955 for 1953 to Ronaldo. 1955 for 1954 to Ronaldo. 1955 for 1955. 1956 for 1955 to Messi. 1957 for 1955 to Messi. 1958 for 1955 to Messi. 1959 for 1955 to Messi. 1960 for 1955 to Messi. 1960 for 1956 to Messi. 1960 for 1957 to Messi. 1961 for 1957 to Messi. 1961 for 1958 to Messi. 1961 for 1959 to Messi. 1961 for 1962 Messi. 1961 for 1961. 1962 for 1961 to Messi. 1962 for 1962. 1963 for 1962 to Messi. 1963 for 1963. 1964 for 1963 to Messi. 1965 for 1963 to Messi. 1965 for 1964 to Messi. 1966 for 1964 to Messi. 1966 for 1965 to Messi. 1966 for 1966. 1967 for 1966 to Ronaldo. 1967 for 1967. 1968 for 1967 to Ronaldo. 1968 for 1968. 1969 for 1968 to Messi. 1970 for 1968 to Messi. 1971 for 1968 to Messi. 1971 for 1969 to Messi. 1971 for 1972 Messi. 1972 for 1972 Messi. 1973 for 1972 Messi. 1974 for 1972 Messi. 1974 for 1971 to Messi. 1975 for 1971 to Messi. 1976 for 1971 to Messi. 1976 for 1972 to Messi. 1977 for 1972 to Messi. 1978 for 1972 to Messi. 1979 for 1972 to Messi. 1979 for 1973 to Messi. 1979 for 1974 to Messi. 1979 for 1975 to Messi. 1979 for 1976 to Messi. 1980 for 1976 to Messi. 1981 for 1976 to Messi. 1981 for 1977 to Messi. 1981 for 1978 to Messi. 1981 for 1979 to Messi. 1982 for 1979 to Messi. 1982 for 1982 Messi. 1983 for 1982 Messi. 1984 for 1982 Messi. 1985 for 1982 Messi. 1986 for 1982 Messi. 1987 for 1982 Messi. 1988 for 1982 Messi. 1989 for 1982 Messi. 1990 for 1982 Messi. 1991 for 1982 Messi. 1992 for 1982 Messi. 1993 for 1982 Messi. 1994 for 1982 Messi. 1995 for 1982 Messi. 1996 for 1982 Messi. 1996 for 1981 to Messi. 1997 for 1981 to Messi. 1998 for 1981 to Messi. 1998 for 1982 to Messi. 1998 for 1983 to Messi. 1998 for 1984 to Messi. 1998 for 1985 to Messi. 1998 for 1986 to Messi. 1998 for 1987 to Messi. 1998 for 1988 to Messi. 1999 for 1988 to Messi. 1999 for 1989 to Messi. 1999 for 1992 Messi. 1999 for 1991 to Messi.
'It's time for Messi.
2000 for 1991 to Messi.
Last 50 point match in between Messi and Ronaldo.
1991. 1960 for 1960. 1961 for 1962 Ronaldo. 1961 for 1961. 1962 for 1961 to Messi. 1963 for 1961 to Messi. 1964 for 1961 to Messi. 1964 for 1962 to Messi. 1964 for 1963 to Messi. 1964 for 1964. 1965 for 1964 to Ronaldo. 1965 for 1965. 1966 for 1965 to Messi. 1967 for 1965 to Messi. 19 to Messi. 1970 for 1970. 1971 for 1972 Ronaldo. 1971 for 1971. 1972 for 1971 to Ronaldo. 1972 for 1972. 1973 for 1972 to Messi. 1973 for 1973. 1974 for 1973 to Messi. 1974 for 1974. 1975 for 1974 to Messi. 1975 for 1975. 1976 for 1975 to Messi. 1977 for 1975 to Messi. 1978 for 1975 to Messi. 1978 for 1976 to Messi. 1978 for 1977 to Messi. 1978 for 1978. 1979 for 1978 to Ronaldo. 1980 for 1978 to Ronaldo. 1980 for 1979 to Ronaldo. 1981 for 1979 to Ronaldo. 1982 for 1979 to Ronaldo. 1982 for 1982 Ronaldo. 1983 for 1982 Ronaldo. 1983 for 1981 to Ronaldo. 1984 for 1981 to Ronaldo. 1984 for 1982 to Ronaldo. 1984 for 1983 to Ronaldo. 1984 for 1984. 1985 for 1984 to Ronaldo. 1985 for 1985. 1986 for 1985 to Ronaldo. 1986 for 1986. 1987 for 1986 to Ronaldo. 1988 for 1986 to Ronaldo. 1988 for 1987 to Ronaldo. 1988 for 1988. 1989 for 1988 to Ronaldo. 1990 for 1988 to Ronaldo. 1990 for 1989 to Ronaldo. 1991 for 1989 to Ronaldo. 1991 for 1992 Ronaldo. 1991 for 1991. 1992 for 1991 to Ronaldo. 1992 for 1992. 1993 for 1992 to Ronaldo. 1993 for 1993. 1994 for 1993 to Messi. 1995 for 1993 to Messi. 1996 for 1993 to Messi. 1997 for 1993 to Messi. 1998 for 1993 to Messi. 1998 for 1994 to Messi. 1998 for 1995 to Messi. 1999 for 1995 to Messi. $19.99 for 1996 to Messi. 2000 for 19 1990 1990 1950 for 1950. 1951 for 1952 Messi. 1951 for 1951. 1952 for 1951 to Messi. 1953 for 1951 to Messi. 1954 for 1951 to Messi. 1954 for 1952 to Messi. 1955 for 1952 to Messi. 1955 for 1953 to Messi. 1955 for 1954 to Messi. 1956 for 1954 to Messi. 1957 for 1954 to Messi. 1957 for 1955 to Messi. 1958 for 1955 to Messi. 1959 for 1955 to Messi. 1959 for 1956 to Messi. 1960 for 1956 to Messi. 1961 for 1956 to Messi. 1961 for 1957 to Messi. 1962 for 1957 to Messi. 1962 for 1958 to Messi. 1963 for 1958 to Messi. 1963 for 1959 to Messi. 1964 for 1959 to Messi. 1964 for 1960 to Messi. 1964 for 1961 to Messi. 1964 for 1962 to Messi. 1965 for 1962 to Messi. 1966 for 1962 to Messi. 1967 for 1962 to Messi. 1967 for 1963 to Messi. 1967 for 1964 to Messi. 1968 for 1964 to Messi. 1969 for 1964 to Messi. 1969 for 1965 to Messi. 1969 for 1966 to Messi. 1969 for 1967 to Messi. 1972 for 1968 to Messi. 1973 for 1968 to Messi. 1974 for 1968 to Messi. 1975 for 1968 to Messi. 1975 for 1969 to Messi. 1975 for 1972 Messi. 1976 for 1972 Messi. 1977 for 1972 Messi. 1977 for 1971 to Messi. 1977 for 1972 to Messi. 1978 for 1972 to Messi. 1979 for 1972 to Messi. 1980 for 1972 to Messi. 1981 for 1972 to Messi. 1982 for 1972 to Messi. 1983 for 1972 to Messi. 1983 for 1973 to Messi. 1983 for 1974 to Messi. 1984 for 1974 to Messi. 1984 for 1975 to Messi. 1984 for 1976 to Messi. 1984 for 1977 to Messi. 1984 for 1978 to Messi. 1985 for 1978 to Messi. 1985 for 1979 to Messi. 1986 for 1979 to Messi. 1986 for 1980 to Messi. 1987 for 1980 to Messi. 1987 for 1981 to Messi. 1987 for 1982 to Messi. 1988 for 1982 to Messi. 1988 for 1983 to Messi. 1988 for 1984 to Messi. 1989 for 1984 to Messi. 1989 for 1985 to Messi. 1990 for 1985 to Messi. 1990 for 1986 to Messi. 1990 for 1987 to Messi. 1990 for 1988 to Messi. 1991 for 1988 to Messi. 1992 for 1988 to Messi. 1993 for 1988 to Messi. 1994 for 1988 to Messi. 1994 for 1989 to Messi. 1995 for 1989 to Messi. 1995 for 1992 Messi. 1996 for 1992 Messi. 1996 1996 for 1991 to Messi. 1996 for 1992 to Messi. 1997 for 1992 to Messi. 1998 for 1992 to Messi. 1998 for 1993 to Messi. 1999 for 1993 to Messi. 1999 for 1994 to Messi. 1999 for 1995 to Messi. 1999 for 1996 to Messi. 1999 for 1997 to Messi. 2000 for 1997 to Messi. 1970 for 1970. 1971 for 1972 Ronaldo. 1972 for 1972 Ronaldo. 1972 for 1971 to Ronaldo. 1972 for 1972. 1973 for 1972 to Ronaldo. 1973 for 1973. 1974 for 1973 to Messi. 1975 for 1973 to Messi. 1975 for 1974 to Messi. 1975 for 1975. 1976 for 1975 to Ronaldo. 1976 for 1976. 1977 for 1976 to Messi. 1978 for 1976 to Messi. 1979 for 1976 to Messi. 1980 for 1976 to Messi. 1981 for 1976 to Messi. 1982 for 1976 to Messi. 1983 for 1976 to Messi. 1984 for 1976 to Messi. 1984 for 1977 to Messi. 1985 for 1977 to Messi. 1985 for 1978 to Messi. 1985 for 1979 to Messi. 1986 for 1979 to Messi. 1987 for 1979 to Messi. 1988 for 1979 to Messi. 1989 for 1979 to Messi. 1989 for 1982 Messi. 1990 for 1980 to Messi. 1991 for 1982 Messi. 1992 for 1982 Messi. 1993 Messi. 1993 for 1981 to Messi. 1994 for 1981 to Messi. 1995 for 1981 to Messi. 1996 for 1981 to Messi. 1997 for 1981 to Messi. 1998 for 1981 to Messi. 1998 for 1982 to Messi. 1998 for 1983 to Messi. 1999 for 1983 to Messi. 2000 for 1983 to Messi. 1950 for 1950. 1951 for 1952 Ronaldo. 1952 for 1952 Ronaldo. 1952 for 1951 to Ronaldo. 1953 for 1951 to Ronaldo. 1953 for 1952 to Ronaldo. 1954 for 1952 to Ronaldo. 1954 for 1953 to Ronaldo. 1955 for 1953 to Ronaldo. 1955 for 1954 to Ronaldo. 1955 for 1955. 1956 for 1955 to Ronaldo. 1957 for 1955 to Ronaldo. 1957 for 1956 to Ronaldo. 1957 for 1957. 1958 for 1957 to Messi. 1959 for 1957 to Messi. 1959 for 1958 to Messi. 1960 for 1958 to Messi. 1960 for 1959 to Messi. 1960 for 1960. 1961 for 1962 Ronaldo. 1962 for 1962 Ronaldo. 1963 for 1962 Ronaldo. 1964 for 1962 Ronaldo. 1965 for 1962 Ronaldo. 1965 for 1961 to Ronaldo. 1965 for 1962 to Ronaldo. 1965 for 1963 to Ronaldo. 1966 for 1963 to Ronaldo. 1966 for 1964 to Ronaldo. 1967 for 1964 to Ronaldo. 1968 for 1964 to Ronaldo. 1969 for 1964 to Ronaldo. 1970 for 1964 to Ronaldo. 1971 for 1964 to Ronaldo. 1972 for 1964 to Ronaldo. 1972 for 1965 to Ronaldo. 1972 for 1966 to Ronaldo. 1972 for 1967 to Ronaldo. 1973 for 1967 to Ronaldo. 1973 for 1968 to Ronaldo. 1973 for 1969 to Ronaldo. 1973 for 1970 to Ronaldo. 1974 for 1970 to Ronaldo. 1974 for 1971 to Ronaldo. 1974 for 1972 to Ronaldo. 1975 for 1972 to Ronaldo. 1975 for 1973 to Ronaldo. 1976 for 1973 to Ronaldo. 1977 for 1973 to Ronaldo. 1978 for 1973 to Ronaldo. 1979 for 1973 to Ronaldo. 1979 for 1974 to Ronaldo. 1979 for 1975 to Ronaldo. 1980 for 1975 to Ronaldo. 1980 for 1976 to Ronaldo. 1980 for 1977 to Ronaldo. 1981 for 1977 to Ronaldo. 1982 for 1977 to Ronaldo. 1983 for 1977 to Ronaldo. 1984 for 1977 to Ronaldo. 1985 for 1977 to Ronaldo. 1986 for 1977 to Ronaldo. 1987 for 1977 to Ronaldo. 1987 for 1978 to Ronaldo. 1987 for 1979 to Ronaldo. 1988 for 1979 to Ronaldo. 1988 for 1982 Ronaldo. 1989 for 1982 Ronaldo. 1990 for 1982 Ronaldo. 1991 for 1982 Ronaldo. 1992 for 1982 Ronaldo. 1992 for 1981 to Ronaldo. 1992 for 1982 to Ronaldo. 1992 for 1983 to Ronaldo. 1992 for 1984 to Ronaldo. 1992 for 1985 to Ronaldo. 1992 for 1986 to Ronaldo. 1993 for 1986 to Ronaldo. 1993 for 1987 to Ronaldo. 1994 for 1987 to Ronaldo. 1994 for 1988 to Ronaldo. 1994 for 1989 to Ronaldo. 1995 for 1989 to Ronaldo. 1995 for 1992 Ronaldo. 1995 for 1991 to Ronaldo. 1995 for 1992 to Ronaldo. 1995 for 1993 to Ronaldo. 1995 for 1994 to Ronaldo. 1996 for 1994 to Ronaldo. 1996 for 1995 to Ronaldo. 1997 for 1995 to Ronaldo. 1998 for 1995 to Ronaldo. 1998 for 1996 to Ronaldo. 1998 for 1997 to Ronaldo. 1999 for 1997 to Ronaldo. 1999 for 1998 to Ronaldo. 1999 for 1999. 2000 for 1999 to Ronaldo. 1950 for 1950. 1951 for 1952 Messi. 1951 for 1951. 1952 for 1951 to Messi. 1952 for 1952. 1953 for 1952 to Ronaldo. 1953 for 1953. 1954 for 1953 to Messi. 1954 for 1954. 1955 for 1954 to Messi. 1955 for 1955. 1956 for 1955 to Messi. 1956 for 1956. 1957 for 1956 to Ronaldo. 1958 for 1956 to Ronaldo. 1958 for 1957 to Ronaldo. 1959 for 1957 to Ronaldo. 1959 for 1958 to Ronaldo. 1959 for 1959. 1960 for 1959 to Messi. 1960 for 1960. 1961 for 1960 to Ronaldo. 1962 for 1962 Ronaldo. 1963 for 1962 Ronaldo. 1963 for 1961 to Ronaldo. 1963 for 1962 to Ronaldo. 1963 for 1963. 1964 for 1963 to Messi. 1965 for 1963 to Messi. 1966 for 1963 to Messi. 1967 for 1963 to Messi. 1968 for 1963 to Messi. 1968 for 1964 to Messi. 1968 for 1965 to Messi. 1968 for 1966 to Messi. 1968 for 1967 to Messi. 1969 for 1967 to Messi. 1970 for 1967 to Messi. 1971 for 1967 to Messi. 1972 for 1967 to Messi. 1972 for 1968 to Messi. 1972 for 1969 to Messi. 1972 for 1970 to Messi. 1972 for 1971 to Messi. 1973 for 1971 to Messi. 1974 for 1971 to Messi. 1974 for 1972 to Messi. 1974 for 1973 to Messi. 1975 for 1973 to Messi. 1975 for 1974 to Messi. 1976 for 1974 to Messi. 1977 for 1974 to Messi. 1977 for 1975 to Messi. 1978 for 1975 to Messi. 1978 for 1976 to Messi. 1978 for 1977 to Messi. 1979 for 1977 to Messi. 1979 for 1978 to Messi. 1980 for 1978 to Messi. 1981 for 1978 to Messi. 1981 for 1979 to Messi. 1981 for 1982 Messi. 1982 for 1982 Messi. 1982 for 1981 to Messi. 1983 for 1981 to Messi. 1984 for 1981 to Messi. 1984 for 1982 to Messi. 1985 for 1982 to Messi. 1986 for 1982 to Messi. 1987 for 1982 to Messi. 1988 for 1982 to Messi. 1988 for 1983 to Messi. 1988 for 1984 to Messi. 1989 for 1984 to Messi. 1989 for 1985 to Messi. 1990 for 1985 to Messi. 1991 for 1985 to Messi. 1991 for 1986 to Messi. 1992 for 1986 to Messi. 1993 for 1986 to Messi. 1994 for 1986 to Messi. 1995 for 1986 to Messi. 1995 for 1987 to Messi. 1996 for 1987 to Messi. 1997 for 1987 to Messi. 1998 for 1987 to Messi. 1999 for 1987 to Messi. 2000 1980 1950 for 1950. 1951 for 1952 Messi. 1951 for 1951. 1952 for 1951 to Messi. 1953 for 1951 to Messi. 1953 for 1952 to Messi. 1953 for 1953. 1954 for 1953 to Messi. 1955 for 1953 to Messi. 1955 for 1954 to Messi. 1956 for 1954 to Messi. 1957 for 1954 to Messi. 1957 for 1955 to Messi. 1958 for 1955 to Messi. 1958 for 1956 to Messi. 1959 for 1956 to Messi. 1960 for 1956 to Messi. 1960 for 1957 to Messi. 1961 for 1957 to Messi. 1962 for 1957 to Messi. 1962 for 1958 to Messi. 1962 for 1959 to Messi. 1963 for 1959 to Messi. 1964 for 1959 to Messi. 1965 for 1959 to Messi. 1965 for 1962 Messi. 1966 for 1962 Messi. 1966 for 1961 to Messi. 1966 for 1962 to Messi. 1966 for 1963 to Messi. 1967 for 1963 to Messi. 1968 for 1963 to Messi. 1969 for 1963 to Messi. 1969 for 1964 to Messi. 1969 for 1965 to Messi. 1969 for 1966 to Messi. 1970 for 1966 to Messi. 1970 for 1967 to Messi. 1970 for 1968 to Messi. 1971 for 1968 to Messi. 1971 for 1969 to Messi. 1971 for 1972 Messi. 1971 for 1971. 1972 for 1971 to Ronaldo. 1973 for 1971 to Ronaldo. 1973 for 1972 to Ronaldo. 1974 for 1972 to Ronaldo. 1975 for 1972 to Ronaldo. 1975 for 1973 to Ronaldo. 1975 for 1974 to Ronaldo. 1976 for 1974 to Ronaldo. 1977 for 1974 to Ronaldo. 1978 for 1974 to Ronaldo. 1979 for 1974 to Ronaldo. 1979 for 1975 to Ronaldo. 1979 for 1976 to Ronaldo. 1979 for 1977 to Ronaldo. 1980 for 1977 to Ronaldo. 1981 for 1977 to Ronaldo. 1982 for 1977 to Ronaldo. 1982 for 1978 to Ronaldo. 1983 for 1978 to Ronaldo. 1984 for 1978 to Ronaldo. 1985 for 1978 to Ronaldo. 1986 for 1978 to Ronaldo. 1986 for 1979 to Ronaldo. 1986 for 1982 Ronaldo. 1987 for 1982 Ronaldo. 1987 for 1981 to Ronaldo. 1988 for 1981 to Ronaldo. 1989 for 1981 to Ronaldo. 1990 for 1981 to Ronaldo. 1990 for 1982 to Ronaldo. 1990 for 1983 to Ronaldo. 1990 for 1984 to Ronaldo. 1990 for 1985 to Ronaldo. 1990 for 1986 to Ronaldo. 1991 for 1986 to Ronaldo. 1992 for 1986 to Ronaldo. 1992 for 1987 to Ronaldo. 1993 for 1987 to Ronaldo. 1994 for 1987 to Ronaldo. 1994 for 1988 to Ronaldo. 1995 for 1988 to Ronaldo. 1995 for 1989 to Ronaldo. 1996 for 1989 to Ronaldo. 1997 for 1989 to Ronaldo. 1998 for 1989 to Ronaldo. 1992 Ronaldo. 1998 for 1991 to Ronaldo. 1999 for 1991 to Ronaldo. 1999 for 1992 to Ronaldo. 1999 for 1993 to Ronaldo. 2000 for 1950 for 1950. 1951 for 1952 Messi. 1951 for 1951. 1952 for 1951 to Messi. 1952 for 1952. 1953 for 1952 to Messi. 1954 for 1952 to Messi. 1954 for 1953 to Messi. 1954 for 1954. 1955 for 1954 to Messi. 1956 for 1954 to Messi. 1957 for 1954 to Messi. 1958 for 1954 to Messi. 1958 for 1955 to Messi. 1959 for 1955 to Messi. 1959 for 1956 to Messi. 1959 for 1957 to Messi. 1959 for 1958 to Messi. 1959 for 1959. 1960 for 1959 to Ronaldo. 1960 for 1960. 1961 for 1962 Messi. 1961 for 1961. 1962 for 1961 to Messi. 1963 for 1961 to Messi. 1963 for 1962 to Messi. 1963 for 1963. 1964 for 1963 to Messi. 1965 for 1963 to Messi. 1966 for 1963 to Messi. 1967 for 1963 to Messi. 1967 for 1964 to Messi. 1967 for 1965 to Messi. 1967 for 1966 to Messi. 1968 for 1966 to Messi. 1969 for 1966 to Messi. 1970 for 1966 to Messi. 1971 for 1966 to Messi. 1971 for 1967 to Messi. 1972 for 1967 to Messi. 1972 for 1968 to Messi. 1973 for 1968 to Messi. 1974 for 1968 to Messi. 1974 for 1969 to Messi. 1974 for 1970 to Messi. 1974 for 1971 to Messi. 1972 to Messi. 1974 for 1973 to Messi. 1974 for 1974. 1975 for 1974 to Messi. 1976 for 1974 to Messi. 1977 for 1974 to Messi. 1978 for 1974 to Messi. 1978 for 1975 to Messi. 1979 for 1975 to Messi. 1979 for 1976 to Messi. 1979 for 1977 to Messi. 1980 for 1977 to Messi. 1981 for 1977 to Messi. 1982 for 1977 to Messi. 1983 for 1977 to Messi. 1984 for 1977 to Messi. 1985 for 1977 to Messi. 1986 for 1977 to Messi. 1987 for 1977 to Messi. 1988 for 1977 to Messi. 1989 for 1977 to Messi. 1989 for 1978 to Messi. 1990 for 1978 to Messi. 1990 for 1979 to Messi. 1991 for 1979 to Messi. 1992 for 1979 to Messi. 1993 for 1979 to Messi. 1993 for 1982 Messi. 1993 for 1981 to Messi. 1994 for 1981 to Messi. 1994 for 1982 to Messi. 1994 for 1983 to Messi. 1994 for 1984 to Messi. 1994 for 1985 to Messi. 1995 for 1985 to Messi. 1995 for 1986 to Messi. 1996 for 1986 to Messi. 1997 for 1986 to Messi. 1997 for 1987 to Messi. 1997 for 1988 to Messi. 1998 for 1988 to Messi. 1998 for 1989 to Messi. 1998 for 1992 Messi. 1999 for 1992 Messi. 2000 for 1992 Messi. 1950 for 1950. 1951 for 1952 Ronaldo. 1951 for 1951. 1952 for 1951 to Ronaldo. 1953 for 1951 to Ronaldo. 1953 for 1952 to Ronaldo. 1953 for 1953. 1954 for 1953 to Messi. 1955 for 1953 to Messi. 1956 for 1953 to Messi. 1957 for 1953 to Messi. 1958 for 1953 to Messi. 1958 for 1954 to Messi. 1958 for 1955 to Messi. 1959 for 1955 to Messi. 1959 for 1956 to Messi. 1960 for 1956 to Messi. 1961 for 1956 to Messi. 1962 for 1956 to Messi. 1963 for 1956 to Messi. 1963 for 1957 to Messi. 1963 for 1958 to Messi. 1963 for 1959 to Messi. 1964 for 1959 to Messi. 1964 for 1962 Messi. 1964 for 1961 to Messi. 1965 for 1961 to Messi. 1965 for 1962 to Messi. 1966 for 1962 to Messi. 1966 for 1963 to Messi. 1967 for 1963 to Messi. 1968 for 1963 to Messi. 1968 for 1964 to Messi. 1968 for 1965 to Messi. 1968 for 1966 to Messi. 1968 for 1967 to Messi. 1969 for 1967 to Messi. 1969 for 1968 to Messi. 1969 for 1969. 1970 for 1969 to Messi. 1970 for 1970. 1971 for 1970 to Messi. 1971 for 1971. 1972 for 1971 to Messi. 1972 for 1972. 1973 for 1972 to Ronaldo. 1974 for 1972 to Ronaldo. 1974 for 1973 to Ronaldo. 1975 for 1973 to Ronaldo. 1975 for 1974 to Ronaldo. 1975 for 1975. 1976 for 1975 to Messi. 1976 for 1976. 1977 for 1976 to Messi. 1978 for 1976 to Messi. 1978 for 1977 to Messi. 1978 for 1978. 1979 for 1978 to Ronaldo. 1980 for 1978 to Ronaldo. 1981 for 1978 to Ronaldo. 1982 for 1978 to Ronaldo. 1983 for 1978 to Ronaldo. 1984 for 1978 to Ronaldo. 1984 for 1979 to Ronaldo. 1985 for 1979 to Ronaldo. 1985 for 1982 Ronaldo. 1985 for 1981 to Ronaldo. 1985 for 1982 to Ronaldo. 1985 for 1983 to Ronaldo. 1986 for 1983 to Ronaldo. 1987 for 1983 to Ronaldo. 1988 for 1983 to Ronaldo. 1988 for 1984 to Ronaldo. 1988 for 1985 to Ronaldo. 1988 for 1986 to Ronaldo. 1989 for 1986 to Ronaldo. 1989 for 1987 to Ronaldo. 1989 for 1988 to Ronaldo. 1989 for 1989. 1990 for 1989 to Ronaldo. 1990 for 1990. 1991 for 1992 Ronaldo. 1992 for 1992 Ronaldo. 1992 for 1991 to Ronaldo. 1992 for 1992. 1993 for 1992 to Ronaldo. 1994 for 1992 to Ronaldo. 1994 for 1993 to Ronaldo. 1995 for 1993 to Ronaldo. 1995 for 1994 to Ronaldo. 1996 for 1994 to Ronaldo. 1997 for 1994 to Ronaldo. 1998 for 1994 to Ronaldo. 1999 for 1994 to Ronaldo. 2000 for 1994 to Ronaldo. 19 1950 for 1950. 1951 for 1952 Ronaldo. 1951 for 1951. 1952 for 1951 to Messi. 1952 for 1952. 1953 for 1952 to Messi. 1953 for 1953. 1954 for 1953 to Ronaldo. 1954 for 1954. 1955 for 1954 to Ronaldo. 1955 for 1955. 1956 for 1955 to Messi. 1956 for 1956. 1957 for 1956 to Messi. 1958 for 1956 to Messi. 1959 for 1956 to Messi. 1960 for 1956 to Messi. 1961 for 1956 to Messi. 1962 for 1956 to Messi. 1963 for 1956 to Messi. 1963 for 1957 to Messi. 1964 for 1957 to Messi. 1964 for 1958 to Messi. 1965 for 1958 to Messi. 1966 for 1958 to Messi. 1966 for 1959 to Messi. 1967 for 1959 to Messi. 1967 for 1962 Messi. 1968 for 1962 Messi. 1968 for 1961 to Messi. 1969 for 1961 to Messi. 1970 for 1961 to Messi. 1970 for 1962 to Messi. 1971 for 1962 to Messi. 1971 for 1963 to Messi. 1971 for 1964 to Messi. 1972 for 1964 to Messi. 1972 for 1965 to Messi. 1972 for 1966 to Messi. 1972 for 1967 to Messi. 1973 for 1967 to Messi. 1973 for 1968 to Messi. 1973 for 1969 to Messi. 1973 for 1972 Messi. 1973 for 1971 to Messi. 1974 for 1971 to Messi. 1974 for 1972 to Messi. 1974 for 1973 to Messi. 1974 for 1974. 1975 for 1974 to Ronaldo. 1976 for 1974 to Ronaldo. 1977 for 1974 to Ronaldo. 1977 for 1975 to Ronaldo. 1977 for 1976 to Ronaldo. 1978 for 1976 to Ronaldo. 1978 for 1977 to Ronaldo. 1979 for 1977 to Ronaldo. 1980 for 1977 to Ronaldo. 1980 for 1978 to Ronaldo. 1980 for 1979 to Ronaldo. 1980 for 1980 1981 for 1982 Ronaldo. 1981 for 1981. 1982 for 1981 to Ronaldo. 1982 for 1982. 1983 for 1982 to Messi. 1983 for 1983. 1984 for 1983 to Messi. 1984 for 1984. 1985 for 1984 to Ronaldo. 1986 for 1984 to Ronaldo. 1986 for 1985 to Ronaldo. 1986 for 1986. 1987 for 1986 to Ronaldo. 1988 for 1986 to Ronaldo. 1989 for 1986 to Ronaldo. 1989 for 1987 to Ronaldo. 1990 for 1987 to Ronaldo. 1990 for 1988 to Ronaldo. 1990 for 1989 to Ronaldo. 1991 for 1989 to Ronaldo. 1992 for 1989 to Ronaldo. 1993 for 1989 to Ronaldo. 1994 for 1989 to Ronaldo. 1995 for 1989 to Ronaldo. 1995 for 1992 Ronaldo. 1995 for 1991 to Ronaldo. 1996 for 1991 to Ronaldo. 1997 for 1991 to Ronaldo. 1998 for 1991 to Ronaldo. 1998 for 1992 to Ronaldo. 1998 for 1993 to Ronaldo. 1998 for 1994 to Ronaldo. 1999 for 1994 to Ronaldo. 1999 for 1995 to Ronaldo. 1999 for 1996 to Ronaldo. 2000 for 1996 to Ronaldo. 1950 for 1950. 1951 for 1952 Messi. 1951 for 1951. 1952 for 1951 to Ronaldo. 1953 for 1951 to Ronaldo. 1953 for 1952 to Ronaldo. 1954 for 1952 to Ronaldo. 1954 for 1953 to Ronaldo. 1954 for 1954. 1955 for 1954 to Ronaldo. 1956 for 1954 to Ronaldo. 1956 for 1955 to Ronaldo. 1956 for 1956. 1957 for 1956 to Messi. 1958 for 1956 to Messi. 1959 for 1956 to Messi. 1959 for 1957 to Messi. 1960 for 1957 to Messi. 1960 for 1958 to Messi. 1960 for 1959 to Messi. 1961 for 1959 to Messi. 1962 for 1959 to Messi. 1962 for 1962 Messi. 1962 for 1961 to Messi. 1963 for 1961 to Messi. 1964 for 1961 to Messi. 1965 for 1961 to Messi. 1965 for 1962 to Messi. 1966 for 1962 to Messi. 1966 for 1963 to Messi. 1967 for 1963 to Messi. 1968 for 1963 to Messi. 1968 for 1964 to Messi. 1969 for 1964 to Messi. 1969 for 1965 to Messi. 1970 for 1965 to Messi. 1970 for 1966 to Messi. 1970 for 1967 to Messi. 1970 for 1968 to Messi. 1971 for 1968 to Messi. 1971 for 1969 to Messi. 1971 for 1970 to Messi. 1972 for 1970 to Messi. 1972 for 1971 to Messi. 1973 for 1971 to Messi. 1974 for 1971 to Messi. 1975 1971 to Messi. 1975 for 1972 to Messi. 1976 for 1972 to Messi. 1977 for 1972 to Messi. 1978 for 1972 to Messi. 1978 for 1973 to Messi. 1978 for 1974 to Messi. 1979 for 1974 to Messi. 1980 for 1974 to Messi. 1980 for 1975 to Messi. 1980 for 1976 to Messi. 1981 for 1976 to Messi. 1981 for 1977 to Messi. 1982 for 1977 to Messi. 1983 for 1977 to Messi. 1984 for 1977 to Messi. 1984 for 1978 to Messi. 1984 for 1979 to Messi. 1984 for 1982 Messi. 1984 for 1981 to Messi. 1985 for 1981 to Messi. 1986 for 1981 to Messi. 1987 for 1981 to Messi. 1988 for 1981 to Messi. 1988 for 1982 to Messi. 1988 for 1983 to Messi. 1988 for 1984 to Messi. 1988 for 1985 to Messi. 1989 for 1985 to Messi. 1989 for 1986 to Messi. 1990 for 1986 to Messi. 1990 for 1987 to Messi. 1990 for 1988 to Messi. 1991 for 1988 to Messi. 1992 for 1988 to Messi. 1992 for 1989 to Messi. 1993 for 1989 to Messi. 1993 for 1992 Messi. 1993 for 1991 to Messi. 1994 for 1991 to Messi. 1994 for 1992 to Messi. 1995 for 1992 to Messi. 1995 for 1993 to Messi. 1996 for 1993 to Messi. 1996 for 1994 to Messi. 1997 for 1994 to Messi. 1998 for 1994 to Messi. 1998 for 1995 to Messi. 1999 for 1995 to Messi. 1999 for 1996 to Messi. 2000 for 1996 to Messi. 1996 1975. 1970 for 1970. 1971 for 1972 Messi. 1971 for 1971. 1972 for 1971 to Messi. 1972 for 1972. 1973 for 1972 to Ronaldo. 1973 for 1973. 1974 for 1973 to Messi. 1974 for 1974. 1975 for 1974 to Messi. 1975 for 1975. 1976 for 1975 to Messi. 1977 for 1975 to Messi. 1978 for 1975 to Messi. 1979 for 1975 to Messi. 1979 for 1976 to Messi. 1980 for 1976 to Messi. 1981 for 1976 to Messi. 1981 for 1977 to Messi. 1981 for 1978 to Messi. 1981 for 1979 to Messi. 1982 for 1979 to Messi. 1982 for 1982 Messi. 1983 for 1982 Messi. 1983 for 1981 to Messi. 1984 for 1981 to Messi. 1985 for 1981 to Messi. 1985 for 1982 to Messi. 1985 for 1983 to Messi. 1986 for 1983 to Messi. 1986 for 1984 to Messi. 1986 for 1985 to Messi. 1987 for 1985 to Messi. 1987 for 1986 to Messi. 1988 for 1986 to Messi. 1988 for 1987 to Messi. 1988 for 1988. 1989 for 1988 to Messi. 1990 for 1988 to Messi. 1991 for 1988 to Messi. 1991 for 1989 to Messi. 1992 for 1989 to Messi. 1993 for 1989 to Messi. 1993 for 1992 Messi. 1994 for 1992 Messi. 1995 for 1992 Messi. 1996 for 1992 Messi. 1997 for 1992 Messi. 1998 for 1992 Messi. 1998 for 1991 to Messi. 1999 for 1991 to Messi. 1991 to Messi. No. 1990. 1952 for 1952 Ronaldo. 1952 for 1951 to Ronaldo. 1953 for 1951 to Ronaldo. 1953 for 1952 to Ronaldo. 1954 for 1952 to Ronaldo. 1955 for 1952 to Ronaldo. 1955 for 1953 to Ronaldo. 1955 for 1954 to Ronaldo. 1956 for 1954 to Ronaldo. 1956 for 1955 to Ronaldo. 1956 for 1956. 1957 for 1956 to Ronaldo. 1958 for 1956 to Ronaldo. 1959 for 1956 to Ronaldo. 1959 for 1957 to Ronaldo. 1959 for 1958 to Ronaldo. 1960 for 1958 to Ronaldo. 1960 for 1959 to Ronaldo. 1961 for 1959 to Ronaldo. 1962 for 1959 to Ronaldo. 1963 for 1959 to Ronaldo. 1963 for 1962 Ronaldo. 1963 for 1961 to Ronaldo. 1963 for 1962 to Ronaldo. 1964 for 1962 to Ronaldo. 1964 for 1963 to Ronaldo. 1965 for 1963 to Ronaldo. 1965 for 1964 to Ronaldo. 1966 for 1964 to Ronaldo. 1966 for 1965 to Ronaldo. 1967 for 1965 to Ronaldo. 1967 for 1966 to Ronaldo. 1968 for 1966 to Ronaldo. 1968 for 1967 to Ronaldo. 1969 for 1967 to Ronaldo. 1969 for 1968 to Ronaldo. 1969 for 1969. 1970 for 1969 to Ronaldo. 1971 for 1969 to Ronaldo. 1972 for 1969 to Ronaldo. 1972 for 1972 Ronaldo. 1972 for 1971 to Ronaldo. 1972 for 1972. 1973 for 1972 to Ronaldo. 1973 for 1973. 1974 for 1973 to Messi. 1974 for 1974. 1975 for 1974 to Messi. 1975 for 1975. 1976 for 1975 to Messi. 1977 for 1975 to Messi. 1977 for 1976 to Messi. 1977 for 1977. 1978 for 1977 to Ronaldo. 1979 for 1977 to Ronaldo. 1979 for 1978 to Ronaldo. 1980 for 1978 to Ronaldo. 1980 for 1979 to Ronaldo. 1980 for 1980. 1981 for 1982 Ronaldo. 1982 for 1982 Ronaldo. 1982 for 1981 to Ronaldo. 1983 for 1981 to Ronaldo. 1983 for 1982 to Ronaldo. 1983 for 1983. 1984 for 1983 to Ronaldo. 1985 for 1983 to Ronaldo. 1985 for 1984 to Ronaldo. 1986 for 1984 to Ronaldo. 1986 for 1985 to Ronaldo. 1987 for 1985 to Ronaldo. 1987 for 1986 to Ronaldo. 1987 for 1987. 1988 for 1987 to Messi. 1989 for 1987 to Messi. 1990 for 1987 to Messi. 1991 for 1987 to Messi. 1991 for 1988 to Messi. 1992 for 1988 to Messi. 1993 for 1988 to Messi. 1994 for 1988 to Messi. 1994 for 1989 to Messi. 1994 for 1992 Messi. 1995 for 1992 Messi. 1995 for 1991 to Messi. 1995 for 1992 to Messi. 1995 for 1993 to Messi. 1995 for 1994 to Messi. 1996 for 1994 to Messi. 1997 for 1994 to Messi. 1998 for 1994 to Messi. 1999 for 1994 to Messi. 1999 1994 to Messi. 1900 for 1900. 1901 for 1900 to Messi. 1901 for 1901. 1902 for 1901 to Messi. 1903 for 1901 to Messi. 1903 for 1902 to Messi. 1904 for 1902 to Messi. 1904 for 1903 to Messi. 1904 for 1904. 1905 for 1904 to Ronaldo. 1906 for 1904 to Ronaldo. 1907 for 1904 to Ronaldo. 1907 for 1905 to Ronaldo. 1908 for 1905 to Ronaldo. 1908 for 1906 to Ronaldo. 1909 for 1906 to Ronaldo. 1910 for 1906 to Ronaldo. 1911 for 1906 to Ronaldo. 1912 for 1906 to Ronaldo. 1912 for 1907 to Ronaldo. 1912 for 1908 to Ronaldo. 1913 for 1908 to Ronaldo. 1914 for 1908 to Ronaldo. 1915 for 1908 to Ronaldo. 1915 for 1909 to Ronaldo. 1915 for 1910 to Ronaldo. 1915 for 1911 to Ronaldo. 1916 for 1911 to Ronaldo. 1916 for 1912 to Ronaldo. 1916 for 1913 to Ronaldo. 1917 for 1913 to Ronaldo. 1918 for 1913 to Ronaldo. 1918 for 1914 to Ronaldo. 1918 for 1915 to Ronaldo. 1919 for 1915 to Ronaldo. 1920 for 1915 to Ronaldo. 1921 for 1915 to Ronaldo. 1921 for 1916 to Ronaldo. 1922 for 1916 to Ronaldo. 1923 for 1916 to Ronaldo. 1924 for 1916 to Ronaldo. 1924 for 1917 to Ronaldo. 1924 for 1918 to Ronaldo. 1924 for 1919 to Ronaldo. 1924 for 1922 Ronaldo. 1925 for 1922 Ronaldo. 1926 for 1922 Ronaldo. 1926 for 1921 to Ronaldo. 1927 for 1921 to Ronaldo. 1928 for 1921 to Ronaldo. 1928 for 1922 to Ronaldo. 1929 for 1922 to Ronaldo. 19 1930 for 1922 to Ronaldo. 1930 for 1923 to Ronaldo. 1930 for 1924 to Ronaldo. 1931 for 1924 to Ronaldo. 1931 for 1925 to Ronaldo. 1931 for 1926 to Ronaldo. 1931 for 1927 to Ronaldo. 1931 for 1928 to Ronaldo. 1932 for 1928 to Ronaldo. 1933 for 1928 to Ronaldo. 1934 for 1928 to Ronaldo. 1935 for 1928 to Ronaldo. 1936 for 1928 to Ronaldo. 1936 for 1929 to Ronaldo. 1937 for 1929 to Ronaldo. 1938 for 1929 to Ronaldo. 1939 for 1929 to Ronaldo. 1939 for 1930 to Ronaldo. 1940 for 1930 to Ronaldo. 1941 for 1932 Ronaldo. 1942 for 1932 Ronaldo. 1943 for 1932 Ronaldo. 1944 for 1932 Ronaldo. 1945 for 1932 Ronaldo. 1946 for 1932 Ronaldo. 1946 for 1931 to Ronaldo. 1946 for 1932 to Ronaldo. 1947 for 1932 to Ronaldo. 1947 for 1933 to Ronaldo. 1947 for 1934 to Ronaldo. 1947 for 1935 to Ronaldo. 1948 for 1935 to Ronaldo. 1948 for 1936 to Ronaldo. 1949 for 1936 to Ronaldo. 1949 for 1937 to Ronaldo. 1949 for 1938 to Ronaldo. 1949 for 1939 to Ronaldo. 1949 for 1942 Ronaldo. 1950 for 1942 Ronaldo. 1951 for 1942 Ronaldo. 1951 for 1941 to Ronaldo. 1952 for 1941 to Ronaldo. 1952 for 1942 to Ronaldo. 1952 for 1943 to Ronaldo. 1953 for 1943 to Ronaldo. 1954 for 1943 to Ronaldo. 1955 for 1943 to Ronaldo. 1956 for 1943 to Ronaldo. 1956 for 1944 to Ronaldo. 1957 for 1944 to Ronaldo. 1957 for 1945 to Ronaldo. 1958 for 1945 to Ronaldo. 1958 for 1946 to Ronaldo. 1958 for 1947 to Ronaldo. 1958 for 1948 to Ronaldo. 1959 for 1948 to Ronaldo. 1959 for 1949 to Ronaldo. 1960 for 1949 to Ronaldo. 1960 for 1952 Ronaldo. 1961 for 1952 Ronaldo. 1962 for 1952 Ronaldo. 1962 for 1951 2 Ronaldo. 1963 for 1951 2 Ronaldo. 1964 for 1951 2 Ronaldo. 1965 for 1951 2 Ronaldo. 1965 for 1952 2 Ronaldo. 1966 for 1952 2 Ronaldo. 1967 for 1952 2 Ronaldo. 1968 for 1952 2 Ronaldo. 1969 for 1952 2 Ronaldo. 1969 for 1953 2 Ronaldo. 1969 for 1954 2 Ronaldo. 1970 for 1954 2 Ronaldo. 1970 for 1955 2 Ronaldo. 1971 for 1955 2 Ronaldo. 1971 for 1956 2 Ronaldo. 1971 for 1957 2 Ronaldo. 1971 for 1958 2 Ronaldo. 1971 for 1959 2 Ronaldo. 1971 for 1962 Ronaldo. 1972 for 1962 Ronaldo. 1972 for 1961 2 Ronaldo. 1972 for 1962 2 Ronaldo. 1972 for 1963 2 Ronaldo. 1973 for 1963 2 Ronaldo. 1974 for 1963 2 Ronaldo. 1975 for 1963 2 Ronaldo. 1975 for 1964 2 Ronaldo. 1975 for 1965 2 Ronaldo. 1976 for 1965 2 Ronaldo. 1976 for 1966 2 Ronaldo. 1976 for 1967 2 Ronaldo. 1976 for 1968 2 Ronaldo. 1976 for 1969 2 Ronaldo. 1977 for 1969 2 Ronaldo. 1977 for 1972 Ronaldo. 1977 for 1971 2 Ronaldo. 1978 for 1971 2 Ronaldo. 1978 for 1972 2 Ronaldo. 1978 for 1973 2 Ronaldo. 1979 for 1973 2 Ronaldo. 1979 for 1974 2 Ronaldo. 1980 for 1974 2 Ronaldo. 1980 for 1975 2 Ronaldo. 1980 for 1976 2 Ronaldo. 1980 for 1977 2 Ronaldo. 1980 for 1978 2 Ronaldo. 1980 for 1979 2 Ronaldo. 1980 for 1980. 1981 1981 for 1982 Ronaldo. 1981 for 1981. 1982 for 1981 to Messi. 1982 for 1982. 1983 for 1982 to Ronaldo. 1984 for 1982 to Ronaldo. 1985 for 1982 to Ronaldo. 1985 for 1983 to Ronaldo. 1986 for 1983 to Ronaldo. 1987 for 1983 to Ronaldo. 1987 for 1984 to Ronaldo. 1987 for 1985 to Ronaldo. 1988 for 1985 to Ronaldo. 1988 for 1986 to Ronaldo. 1989 for 1986 to Ronaldo. 1990 for 1986 to Ronaldo. 1991 for 1986 to Ronaldo. 1992 for 1986 to Ronaldo. 1993 for 1986 to Ronaldo. 1994 for 1986 to Ronaldo. 1994 for 1987 to Ronaldo. 1994 for 1988 to Ronaldo. 1994 for 1989 to Ronaldo. 1994 for 1992 Ronaldo. 1995 for 1992 Ronaldo. 1996 for 1992 Ronaldo. 1996 for 1991 to Ronaldo. 1996 for 1992 to Ronaldo. 1996 for 1993 to Ronaldo. 1997 for 1993 to Ronaldo. 1998 for 1993 to Ronaldo. 1998 for 1994 to Ronaldo. 1999 for 1994 to Ronaldo. 2000 for 1994 to Ronaldo. 1994, 1900 for 1900. 1901 for 1900 to Messi. 1901 for 1901. 1902 for 1901 to Ronaldo. 1903 for 1901 to Ronaldo. 1904 for 1901 to Ronaldo. 1905 for 1901 to Ronaldo. 1906 for 1901 to Ronaldo. 1906 for 1902 to Ronaldo. 1907 for 1902 to Ronaldo. 1907 for 1903 to Ronaldo. 1907 for 1904 to Ronaldo. 1908 for 1904 to Ronaldo. 1909 for 1904 to Ronaldo. 1909 for 1905 to Ronaldo. 1909 for 1906 to Ronaldo. 1909 for 1907 to Ronaldo. 1909 for 1908 to Ronaldo. 1910 for 1908 to Ronaldo. 1911 for 1908 to Ronaldo. 1911 for 1909 to Ronaldo. 1911 for 1910 to Ronaldo. 1912 for 1910 to Ronaldo. 1913 for 1910 to Ronaldo. 1913 for 1911 to Ronaldo. 1914 for 1911 to Ronaldo. 1915 for 1911 to Ronaldo. 1915 for 1912 to Ronaldo. 1916 for 1912 to Ronaldo. 1917 for 1912 to Ronaldo. 1918 for 1912 to Ronaldo. 1918 for 1913 to Ronaldo. 1918 for 1914 to Ronaldo. 1918 for 1915 to Ronaldo. 1918 for 1916 to Ronaldo. 1918 for 1917 to Ronaldo. 1919 for 1917 to Ronaldo. 1920 for 1917 to Ronaldo. 1920 for 1918 to Ronaldo. 1920 for 1919 to Ronaldo. 1920 for 1920. 1921 for 1922 Messi. 1921 for 1921. 1922 for 1921 to Ronaldo. 1922 for 1922. 1923 for 1922 to Messi. 1924 for 1922 to Messi. 1925 for 1922 to Messi. 1925 for 1923 to Messi. For 1924 to Messi. 1926 for 1924 to Messi. 1926 for 1925 to Messi. 1927 for 1925 to Messi. 1928 for 1925 to Messi. 1929 for 1925 to Messi. 1930 for 1925 to Messi. 1930 for 1926 to Messi. 1931 for 1926 to Messi. 1932 for 1926 to Messi. 1933 for 1926 to Messi. 1934 for 1926 to Messi. 1935 for 1926 to Messi. 1936 for 1926 to Messi. 1937 for 1926 to Messi. for 1926 to Messi. 1939 for 1927 to Messi. 1940 for 1927 to Messi. 1941 for 1927 to Messi. 1942 for 1927 to Messi. 1943 for 1927 to Messi. 1944 for 1927 to Messi. 1944 for 1928 to Messi. 1945 for 1928 to Messi. 1946 for 1928 to Messi. 1947 for 1928 to Messi. 1947 for 1929 to Messi. 1947 for 1930 to Messi. 1947 for 1931 to Messi. 1948 for 1931 to Messi. 1948 for 1932 to Messi. 1949 for 1932 to Messi. 1949 for 1933 to Messi. 1949 for 1934 to Messi. 1950 for 1934 to Messi. 1951 for 1934 to Messi. 1952 for 1934 to Messi. 1953 for 1934 to Messi. 1954 for 1934 to Messi. 1954 for 1935 to Messi. 1955 for 1935 to Messi. 1955 for 1936 to Messi. 1956 for 1936 to Messi. 1956 for 1937 to Messi. 1956 for 1938 to Messi. 1956 for 1939 to Messi. 1957 for 1939 to Messi. 1957 for 1942 Messi. 1958 for 1942 Messi. 1959 for 1942 Messi. 1959 for 1941 to Messi. 1959 for 1942 to Messi. 1960 for 1942 to Messi. 1960 for 1943 to Messi. 1960 for 1944 to Messi. 1960 for 1945 to Messi. 1961 for 1945 to Messi. 1962 for 1945 to Messi. 1962 for 1946 to Messi. 1962 for 1947 to Messi. 1963 for 1947 to Messi. 1964 for 1947 to Messi. 1965 for 1947 to Messi. 1965 for 1948 to Messi. 1965 for 1949 to Messi. 1965 for 1952 Messi. 1965 for 1951 to Messi. 1965 for 1952 to Messi. 1965 for 1953 to Messi. 1966 for 1953 to Messi. 1966 for 1954 to Messi. 1966 for 1955 to Messi. 1966 for 1956 to Messi. 1967 for 1956 to Messi. 1967 for 1957 to Messi. 1968 for 1957 to Messi. 1968 for 1958 to Messi. 1969 for 1958 to Messi. 1970 for 1958 to Messi. 1971 for 1958 to Messi. 1971 for 1959 to Messi. 1972 for 1959 to Messi. 1972 for 1962 Messi. 1973 for 1962 Messi. 1974 for 1962 Messi. 1975 for 1962 Messi. 1976 for 1962 Messi. 1976 for 1961 to Messi. 1977 for 1961 to Messi. 1978 for 1961 to Messi. 1979 for 1961 to Messi. 1980 for 1961 to Messi. 1981 for 1961 to Messi. 1981 for 1962 to Messi. 1981 for 1963 to Messi. 1982 for 1963 to Messi. 1982 for 1964 to Messi. 1983 for 1964 to Messi. 1983 for 1965 to Messi. 1984 for 1965 to Messi. 1984 for 1966 to Messi. 1985 for 1966 to Messi. 1985 for 1967 to Messi. 1985 for 1968 to Messi. 1986 for 1968 to Messi. 1986 for 1969 to Messi. 1986 for 1970 to Messi. 1986 for 1971 to Messi. 1987 for 1971 to Messi. 1987 for 1972 to Messi. 1987 for 1973 to Messi. 1988 for for 1973 to Messi. 1988 for 1974 to Messi. 1989 for 1974 to Messi. 1990 for 1974 to Messi. 1991 for 1974 to Messi. 1992 for 1974 to Messi. 1993 for 1974 to Messi. 1994 for 1974 to Messi. 1995 for 1974 to Messi. 1995 for 1975 to Messi. 1996 for 1975 to Messi. 1996 for 1976 to Messi. 1996 for 1977 to Messi. 1997 for 1977 to Messi. 1998 for 1977 to Messi. 1999 for 1977 to Messi. 2000 for 1977 to Messi.